AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast, Bakalakadakastani they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalakadakastan's the creed. Followers shout with all their might. AJ's vision shining bright. From the east to every coast, Bakalakadakastani they toast. Greatest ever, he's the man. AJ's got the winning plan. He will prevail, he will succeed. Bakalakadakastan's the creed. Monitors hum with electric light. AJ's bringing dark to bright. In the chat, they give their cheer. Bakalakadakastani is near. It's near. It's creed. It's near. Bakalakadakastan's the creed.
Okay, time for workers. You may please be seated after a glorious anthem. Hello, how's everybody doing? I'm EJ. This is the Bakalakadakastani Republic, and we're attempting to build a gigafactory. Build a bigafactory. Yeah, that. I forget which part this is. I forget how much time we've put into this. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna try to build a gigafactory. I want to build a factory in workers and resources that basically has raw material come in one side and cars come out the other. That is proving to be a little bit tough. But I think I have the winning plan. AJ's got the winning plan. It said it right in the anthem. So I'm going to fire up workers and resources and we'll get going. Ooh, there was an update. They patched the game yesterday. What do we got? What do we got? Fix the getting resources tutorial, optimize tree textures to save rendering time and video memory, fixed an issue where trains were unable to leave cargo stations when wait until loaded was enabled. Ooh. Grocery kiosks now can purchase meat. Fixed an issue on the East Germany map where a custom house was incorrectly placed. Fixed an issue on the British Island map where vehicles could use roads outside of the borders. Oh, neat. All right, let's go. So my idea here for this is basically we were trying to build out a big gigafactory, build out everything that we possibly can, right? And start from square one. And I thought about it. So what is my primary inspiration for this? So if you've ever been to Detroit, Michigan, and you like cars, you've probably heard of Ford's River Rouge plant. It was the first vertically integrated gigafactory ever designed. It's 100 years old at this point. It's right here. It's just basically southwest of Detroit, more west than anything. There's no South Detroit. South Detroit is a river. Journey was wrong. How dare you, Steve Perry? You've misled all of us. South Detroit is Canada. Ugh. All right, anyway. So, this factory right here, Henry Ford engineered this factory with basically the idea that raw materials would come up the Rouge River, and you'd put coal, iron, and then sand, aggregates, basically, for making glass and stuff, right? And you put raw material in one side, and cars come out the other. Now, don't get me wrong, it still does that. The River Rouge is still in operation. It's been in operation basically since the 20s, the 1920s, not the 2020s. It's been around almost 100 years. Now the factory was basically designed to build everything that you need, to make everything that you need. So it's all of the things that you need to make a car on one plot of land. You know, keep in mind it goes all the way over to here, and like there's a refinery for making rubber for tires. If you guys are familiar with the Firestone Tire brand, Firestone Tire to Ford is what Solar City is to Tesla. Firestone Tire was started because Ford needed to make more synthetic rubber for all the tires that he was producing, because there was no demand for it, for rubber, like for making millions of cars, right? So there's a refinery, there's a steel mill, there's a bunch of stuff here to basically make cars. Now, they don't do semiconductor production here because cars have computers in here, but most of the raw materials like steel, obviously petroleum, oil products, plastics are all made here. And once again, Ford uses this factory to make pickup trucks. Pickup trucks pump out the other side. Now, here's what I was thinking. I want to make this in workers. I want to make this in workers and resources, but there's something I'm kind of thinking about here. Well, what I'm thinking about is Henry Ford didn't make the gigafactory first, okay? He didn't make that. The gigafactory was made based off of a need from what was learned on making a moving assembly line. A little bit of history of Ford right here. So Ford basically, when Henry Ford started Ford Motor Company in 1903, he basically rented out an old bicycle shop to make cars. And when that proved to be pretty successful, he bought a parcel of land out here on Piquette Avenue. Now, if you look right here, see that building? That building right there on Piquette Avenue in Detroit was actually, believe it or not, right there in Henry Ford's corner office. This building wasn't here at the time. In Henry Ford's corner office right there, him and his engineers came up with the idea of a moving assembly line. Right there. That's where mass production of automobiles was invented, right in that room. I've been in that room, which is actually super cool. Because how they were building cars in Piquette at the time, how they were building them in Piquette was basically you had a bunch of stalls here. You could see where the stalls were, right? And the workers would move from one car to the next. So like you'd install 4 tires on one car in one stall, and then you'd go and install 4 tires on another stall, and then another one, and another one, another one. Henry Ford and his engineers found that to be very inefficient. So they said, why move the worker from car to car when we can move the cars from worker to worker? That's where they invented mass production. Now, they never mass produced anything at Piquette. They never did that. Ford built another factory in Highland Park, up here. Well, you could see where it was. Some of it still exists, but this whole parcel of land here in Highland Park was basically made as the first place to mass produce Model T Fords, and that's what it did. Some of the original buildings are still there, but this building basically went all the way across here. This entire parcel of land, this building went all the way across. And then there were a bunch of administration buildings up here. One of them is still around. And there also was a power plant here because the grid was not good enough to sustain a plant that's going to be operating 24/7. So there was a power plant basically right here where that... What's there now? Nothing. Oh, and a family... Oh, family furniture. All right. Yeah, it's a strip mall. But yeah, the power plant was here, the executive offices were all up front, and then mass production happened back here. Couple of things to note. Both Piquette and Highland Park are all near railroad tracks, or they were. I don't think there's any tracks there anymore. Nope. Right-of-way's abandoned. Good times. Are we crooked? Wait, why are we tilted? Stop it, Google Earth. You are drunk. Yeah, there's part of the original factory. Ford uses it as for record storage nowadays. Like, they store automotive records in there. So, go back in time. Anyway, yeah, they demolished most of it. So the point that I'm trying to get at is that Ford didn't start building the River Rouge. From Highland Park, from what they learned at Highland Park, he opened up the River Rouge. They started construction in 1923. And the Rouge was operating by the end of the 20s. Just in time for the Great Depression, by the way. I'm sure that was great. Sure that real good. So the point that I'm trying to get at, and the kind of epiphany that I had, is that I tried to build this right out of the gates. I don't think that's the right move. What we should do is build out a car plant, right? Like Piquet or like Highland Park, right? And then try to scale that. So we should work from car production backwards. And what I've been trying to do in workers is move forwards from raw material. I think the good way to do that would be to work backwards. So I'm going to modify the plan a little bit here. We're going to build the car plant first. And then we're going to figure out what we need to build based off of that. I'll build it somewhere else. Why does that river name sound French? The River Rouge? Because Detroit and the River Rouge is a French name. French explorers were basically the first to discover Michigan, what would become the Michigan Territory. French explorers, coming from French colonies in Quebec and Montreal, were the first ones to discover it. Actually, the guy that discovered and founded Detroit is a name that you might know. His name was Cadillac, also a French name. Yeah, Cadillac is the guy that found Detroit, or the land that would be Detroit. He didn't find it. He was the first to explore it. Detroit. Yeah, that's right. He was pretty brilliant and literally thought outside of the box. He allegedly used parts for shipping boxes for early Ford vehicles. Yeah, no byproducts, Dan. Yeah. The Model Ts, they shipped the engines for Model Ts in wooden crates. And then they used the wooden crates that they shipped the engines in to make the floorboards for Model Ts. No part gets wasted. That's how shrewd Ford was. I mean, he's kind of a dick, but also mass production is pretty cool. Yeah, Highland Park, dude, looks like something out of BioShock Infinite, dude. Seriously, it's got some real Hail Columbia, BioShock Infinite vibes. See, that's where that family furniture is now. That's the office building that's still around. That's what Highland Park looked like. First mass production automotive plant ever. Right there. And believe it or not, the Model T was so good and it was so inexpensive to buy one that they ended up having to they hit capacity for Highland Park. And that's why Ford stopped making stuff there, because it hit capacity. It was so damn good at what it did that they reached max theoretical production for Highland Park, and Henry Ford said, "Nah, I got to build a bigger factory." Does this sound familiar? Sound familiar? Anyone? That's Tesla's Fremont Assembly. Elon Musk is following in Henry Ford's footsteps, but with electric cars. Yeah. Fremont hit capacity a long time ago. It can't produce cars fast enough. So Tesla built a much bigger vertically integrated factory in Texas, amongst other places, and in Berlin, for what it's worth, and China. They built a much bigger vertically integrated factory. And right there is what a modern version of the River Rouge would look like. Following in Henry Ford's footsteps to a T. Now, Henry Ford built all of his plants next to railroad tracks because railroads were the primary avenue of moving around materials back in the day. Nowadays, how do a lot of materials get moved around? Trucks. It's no secret. Built it right next to a highway. Smart. Yeah, Eurist, it's a joke, but I'm talking about the industry, not the other parts. I mean, people that say stuff that is a little bit socially taboo, will say, to put it lightly, also are capable of doing pretty cool things, for what it's worth. But also, yeah, following in Henry Ford's footsteps in more ways than I'd like. But who knows? Thanks for the Automotive Factory tour. Way cool. Yeah, no problem, Audio. I try to make games that I play fun, and hopefully you learn something, right? So, I wanted to start... We were basically started removing terrain over here, right? I started digging out this area to build out a gigantic gigafactory. And that's what I did the last time we played Workers. I was starting to level terrain to go and engineer the gigantic factory. Now, don't get me wrong, we could still do that. There was a mountain range right here. I removed it, or at least part of it. We'll probably end up still doing that to get all the space that we need. But I was thinking about this a couple days ago because, you know, okay, even if we remove all this and we get all this space, right, to build out what we want, right? We're still basically starting with raw materials and then trying to scale the raw materials to the factory. That's not the way you do this. Henry Ford didn't do that, neither did Elon. No one does that. You have to start with a product and then go from there. So, with that being said, what I think would be a good idea is to go back over here. This is where I originally started to build out the factory, and I decided, you know, nah, never mind, because this wasn't enough space for a gigafactory. So my plan here is to don't build a gigafactory just yet. Don't do that. Now, I did give a right of way for highway access and railroads here. This would be a good place to just start making cars. I think that's a good idea. Just start making things. Just start making cars. And then figure out our feed and inputs, etc., from there. EJ, even today, there's a lot of, I think, 89-inch boxcars on trains that are named Auto Parts boxcars. Oh, yeah, mate, there you go. Would SpaceX have to follow the same mentality with how much stuff needs to be made for Starship? I could see Raptor's production line hitting capacity and not having enough Starships. Nova, there's a very good reason why SpaceX is expanding Roberts Road and Starbase at the same time. Elon's trying to mass produce rockets. Starbase is a rocket gigafactory. It's the River Rouge for rockets. Think about it like that. It makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I didn't think about it till now, but Ford tried to make his own city too. Yeah, because rubber production bottlenecks. He tried to make Fordlandia in Brazil and it didn't work. What comes after the Gigafactory? I don't know. Awesome Factory? Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. You know, I'd like to think that I have kind of interesting insight into this because I study this stuff for fun because I'm a loser, right? Like, I read about mass production and how it really works. And we play industrial engineering games on purpose to figure this stuff out. Like Satisfactory, or I haven't played Factorio, but maybe someday. Or Workers, you know? You get kind of a big macro perspective about what SpaceX's end goal is, and that does affect my judgment when it comes to what SpaceX does. That's not an accident. It does that on purpose. So, with all that being said, we got a highway. We have a highway and we have our train track right away built out here. Now, this was all built out for a steel plant design that I wanted, but we ended up not doing that. So, what I think we should do, like I said, we should just build a car factory and then try to stock it with distro offices. Maybe not build it over there. Maybe build it where I already have highway access. I kind of like this area that's right next to the runway. Or we could build it right here, next to the farm, next to a train station, and train tracks. I actually like that idea. Too many people think industrial magic is how the world works. Thank you for demonstrating that it's things that don't magically happen. They take planning and execution. Absolutely. Do you have a list of games you want to play on stream, or are you open to ideas? I usually, X-Wing, if you're familiar with baseball, I have a rotation of games, like a starting rotation of games that I usually stick to for a little bit of time, and then I sub out games in the rotation. The rotation used to be a lot easier. It was just Kerbal all the time. But I've chosen to branch out to other games because this is cool stuff. We flip a switch, the light goes on. We don't even think about everything that made it happen. Workers is a very good game at demonstrating what you need to do that whole civilization thing toxic. That's why I like it. Terra Invicta. I've heard of it, but you say it's like Hearts of Iron 4 with rocket science. I don't know, man. Well, I'm sure there's a bunch of games out there. I miss KSP. Yeah, I know. Alright, so vehicle production line. How about we just start by building a factory? And that's it. Where can we fit it? I like the idea of putting it over here. Actually, right here would probably be a good idea. I have to be careful about pollution, though. These people, you know, I already have a residential neighborhood kind of filled in here, and the factory will produce pollution. So maybe keep them separated. Maybe putting it at the back here, over here, is a good idea. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that construction is not started on this thing. And now we gotta build the road out to at least this point here. I mean, we could make it cross, but that's crossing onto the airport thresholds. I don't want that. Actually, you know what? Move this, I wanna move this way a little bit. Let's get the road figured out. Build the road to about here. And now, build a center road there, and there, and there. Oh, no, we gotta go backwards a little bit. There we go, nice radius. I find in workers, build the straight portions of your road first, and then build out the rest later. The reason why I wanted to change that is because I want the road to squeeze in here, because I want parking lots here for the vehicle. Parking lots for this. It is close to the train station, and that's great. But if we're gonna do vehicle production, having parking lots probably seems like that would probably be like the right decision. Now, I want train lines to be able to come in the back here, so we're gonna have to put a little bit of a Y right there. So let's figure that out. It's 12 in Iowa today. Soup was a good choice. What's up, man? How you doing? Boy, knock. You ready to face the wall, please? Alright, so I want to build a railroad Y right here. Why do I want to do that? Because I want to. Good. Alright, so I'll commission those tracks, but I'm not... I mean, I placed them down, but they're basically blueprinted right now. We're gonna have to build the right-of-way here, but that's okay. It's been a long time since I've seen the Republic. Could we get a quick zoom-out overview of what we have going on? Yeah, sure, man. Alright, so... what I've been doing in Bakalakadakastan up until this point is we still have our refineries, east and west, that are producing oil. This one, Aribi does need some help. We need to expand it. The
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Unemployment is too low. If that makes any sense. You don't want, in this area, right? I gotta expand Aribi so we get more people in that refinery, because our export, we're not exporting a lot of crude here because people are working in over here and over there and over there. Right? So we do need... see, there's only 1 to 2 workers in each building that don't have a job. We have to expand Aribi so more people start to work at that refinery, because it doesn't, not a lot of people do. Unemployment is too low. Zero unemployment is extremely bad, Sewer Rat. You want to float. You always want to float. Like, I'm not sure how true this is in real life. I mean, I'd assume that that's probably it. You want to float like between 2 and 5% unemployment. Actually, I'd say 2 to 4 in this game. I don't know I don't know if that's true in real life. The reason why is because if you have 0% unemployment, that means you have a labor shortage. Low unemployment, like super low unemployment, like 1% unemployment, is bad in this game. I'd assume it's probably like that in real life too, to an extent, but this is probably a an abstraction of how real life works. I choose business ethics. So over on the Aribi side of things, we are expanding to try and get increase the labor pool, so because we have a lot of open jobs here at the refinery, and yeah, at the power plant too. It shows, and there. Ooh, yeah, that's not great, Bob. Okay. The Aribi... the central Aribi railroad line is working pretty well. We redid the corridor up to Gelikli, the Gelikli border crossing up here. Which is good. Ooh, there's an extra crane right there. Alright. And then our refinery needs buildings repaired over here because there was a fire. And just tell everybody to work on it. Yeah, so we kind of have a shortage of crude right now. But the refinery is down anyway, so... down on labor. No, it's 100% true in real life. Too low unemployment means that it hurts new businesses and stagnates things. Yep. Yeah, dude, for sure. Okay, so we're still exporting, it's just not as much. Over here, and this is part of the reason why I need to expand Aribi, because I have a coal mine going up here, and we have a coal processing plant, and that coal processing plant is feeding a brick factory that to export bricks. There's the brick train right there, and we also have coal here that tapped into the rail lines. The other thing is up here, just a little ways away from Aribi here, I'm setting up iron processing, or iron ore processing, at least on a small scale. The helicopters are working on building that right now. And then I have the tracks going all the way up here too, which is good. Pretty cool. Now, coming out of Aribi, we have the train lines and we have a highway. I have a highway being made because, once again, the end goal for this was always to... I mean, the desert map is big. It's a big map compared to the other ones. There's also a lot of really annoying terrain, like mountains and stuff. What I've always wanted to do is, I have Aribi over here, and then we have Nader over here, another city, and then we have, I'll get more to this in a second, we have Nova Galin over here, which is a big city. My plan was always to connect them via highway and railroads. Now, so I have kind of super highways going everywhere. Like you can see there's a highway here. There's what, I mean, the highways go through the canyons and stuff. And then there's a highway here. The highways are all trying to connect everything together. Now they are working on it, they're getting there. And this is where the highway from Aribi and the highway from Nova Galin kind of merge. And yeah, that is a highway interchange that I'm attempting to build city style to see if workers understands this in any way, shape, or form. And then that's going to lead to a crossing, a river crossing here, and connect into my Nader highway right here. So I'm trying to connect everything via highways and trains. Now, Nader and Aribi, you notice there's a train line that we made over here. They are connected. They're connected via rail, which is great. And that's what you saw me bridging off. We completed the railroad tracks that connect the two cities together, which is awesome. And then in the Central Valley here, because everything connects in here, I want to end up building a big city, a central city with, we have an airport, and then, we're going to have the factory over here, and then the city is probably going to end up, the main city is probably going to end up somewhere over here. Or up here somewhere. You kind of want to keep it a little ways away from the factory. Heck, we could also end up probably build another capital city like over here next to the airport, which would kind of be a good idea. But I originally wanted to build the city over here, and then we decided we wanted to build a gigafactory. So the factory is going there instead. But just like what's going on over in Aribi, right? You need labor. It's called workers and resources, not just resources. So you need people to work in these factories. So I'm going to need a labor pool here in this area. People will only travel so far to get to a job, which, yeah, that makes sense. So, like, it wouldn't make sense having people travel from Nova Galin all the way over here to the gigafactory here. So we have to have a centralized city somewhere. Maybe building it up here is probably a good idea, which means we need to branch off the highway in some way, shape, or form. Eventually. Right now, I'm just trying to connect everything together with roads and trains. The train tracks for Nova Galin do not go very far. They only go to right here. I still haven't engineered out the tracks to go through this valley and come down and connect in. I'm not really sure how that's going to work. We haven't really figured that one out yet. That's a big project, though, because I grade all my tracks. All my tracks, just none of the tracks exceed a 2% grade. Now, what does that mean? And my roads don't exceed a 5% grade. Now, why? What does that mean? Basically, the train tracks don't get too steep, and the roads don't get too steep. Now, why is that? You don't want it to get too steep to go up a hill? Well, no, highways are engineered like that in real life on purpose. One, because steep roads are a little dangerous. Two, steep roads are a little dangerous when you're going fast, and people go fast on highways. Three, it's actually more efficient if you try to make the road not steep. Why? Cars need to go up hills, and they use more energy going up hills, right? Going up a hill screws your fuel economy in real life. And, it's more distance to travel. You keep your highways flatter and less steep, right? You can move around faster. Cars slow down going up a hill, right? Workers does take that into account. A truck going up a hill with a full load, the game will slow it down. So you can screw your production lines if your roads get too steep in this game. Cities is the same way, for what it's worth. If you have a truck that's carrying a full load of oil or something going up a steep hill, it's going to slow down. The same is true in real life. That's why there's a truck lane if you encounter a steep grade. A steep grade on a road on a highway would be like a 4 to 5% grade. That's really steep. Grade percentage, a 5% grade basically means you go down, 5 feet for it goes down 5 feet every 100 foot. So for every 100 feet of travel, you go down 5. That's a 5% grade. That's what that means. That's super steep for a highway. So by making your highways flatter, right, and grading them, you're actually making, if you choose to move stuff around via trucks, you're actually making it more, you're using less fuel and you're speeding up, believe it or not. Despite the highway being a little windy, your traffic can actually move faster. Workers does take that into account. Fuel efficiency and speed are dependent on what you're carrying and the type of road that you're driving over. Sir Rat, you didn't realize Workers was that in depth. Does it simulate increases in maintenance and wear and tear on the trucks? I don't know if it increases wear and tear, Sewer Rat, but I would assume that if they took all that into account already, it probably does. That's my guess. Don't know if that's true. Now, yeah. X-Wing, that makes complete sense. I found a game that I thought might be right up your alley. Oh, Timberborn. I've played Timberborn. Timberborn was in the rotation for a little while. Oh, I did despicable things in that game. We'll play Timberborn soon. They did release a patch for it, just on a side note. So, yes, we'll play more of that later. So you don't want your roads and highways getting too steep, and that's why this road appears really windy, because it has to drop a lot really fast. So my roads, the reason why these are big projects is because I have to engineer out the grades. And I found we had a really good way of doing it using the terrain profile tool. Like if you look, right, and I drag the terrain profile tool over this stuff, you could see that we have a half-inch, over this 650 feet, there's a half-inch deficit right there. Actually less, quarter-inch deficit. My roads are flat, very smooth. So if railroad lines are the same way, you know, you think trucks don't like going up hills. Trains really don't like going up hills. We know that from when we play Derail Valley, right? Trains don't like going up hills. The thing is, trucks can go up a steeper grade because they have rubber tires. Rubber tires on asphalt or concrete creates a lot of traction, right? Trains have a metal wheel on a metal track. There's no traction. Trains do not like going up and down hills. Well, they like going down hills fast. And you don't want them to go down hills fast. But, so I did the same thing with my railroad tracks. My railroad tracks don't exceed a 2% grade because trains don't like going up hills. I mean, neither do trucks. Nothing likes going up hills because there's that whole gravity thing. But you have to keep your tracks less steep. That's why my railroad, the highway kind of goes, you know, straight across here, but the railroad goes into this canyon, does a horseshoe curve, Pennsylvania style, and then comes down here and crosses. Because it's engineered on a 2% grade instead of a 5% grade. The 5% grade is very, very steep. You can see that the road basically hits level down here. The train tracks hit level all the way over here. So I do have the highway here. This highway's on a 4 to 5% grade all the way down to basically the intersection right here. But if we're gonna go engineer the train tracks, if we go into our profile tool here, right? From where the train tracks are to where the train tracks need to be, which is this line, we're talking about a 616-foot change here. Yeah, that means 616 feet, all right? If we wanted a 2% grade, we'd need like 2 miles of track almost, I think, if I'm doing that math out right. That was a guess. So I didn't really do the math, I just guessed. Yeah, that would be a long railway. Something like that, Shaw. So yeah, that railroad, there's a reason why I haven't really done anything with the railroad over here. Because yeah, it's gonna be nuts. This highway was hard to produce. It took me a whole stream to get the right-of-way figured out. Well, what's 30,000 feet? 30,000 feet in miles is like somewhere between 4 and 5 miles. Actually, closer to 5. But yeah, that's a lot. So yeah, I haven't built the train tracks up there because Nova Galen is sitting in the high desert. It's not down in the Central Valley over there. So I haven't done that yet. But yeah, that brings us to Nova Galen. Nova Galen is the biggest city that I have here. This city is basically built around the refinery over here. Oh, nice. We were building up fuel last time. So the refinery isn't working, but I was building up my fuel reserve here in this tank. And this tank is for export. So what we got to do is that. And watch. We have 1,500 tons of fuel here to export. This refinery has an outside pipeline connection, so I import excess crude that I don't produce here with my oil field, and we export fuel and bitumen, tar, basically right out of the gate. So this refinery is being supported and basically built this entire city over here. You know, some people build cities on rock and roll. We built this one on petroleum products. And maybe a little bit of rock and roll. So yeah, you can see basically money printer go brrrr. You can do it, yeah, you need a pipeline connection. But it was mostly oil. Yeah, exactly. You can see our export. Where does the oil go? It goes in the square pipe. So yeah, now the refinery can produce. Yeah, see, I built out my fuel reserve here. The way I set this up doesn't jive well with the pipeline logic in this game. So I have to basically close the tap here, which is a little annoying, but that's okay. I'll set it up better next time. Could also at some point increase our fuel reserves here, but we'll do that some other time. Can you get more value out of crude than bitumen? Well, if you're not familiar with workers, there's an international market here. For a city building game with a communist veneer on top of it, it's one of the most capitalistic city builders ever made. This Soviet city building game is more capitalistic than City Skylines. You know why? Because their global goods market actually works. In Cities 2, I don't know what that thing is trying to do. I have no idea. So let's take a look. What does bitumen export? Bitumen, if we sell... Oh, there's two currencies in this game. You can trade, because it's a Soviet game, you can trade with NATO. You can trade on the dollar or on the ruble. We can sell bitumen on the ruble for 401 rubles per ton. And on the NATO market, it's $306 per ton. Now, this refinery is exporting on the dollar because I have a pipeline connection to NATO over there. The other refinery over in Aribi exports on the ruble. And that's another reason why I need to expand, because exporting bitumen on the ruble is very, very good right now. If there's any economics majors out there that see the price deficit here and go, ooh, I wonder if you can do arbitrage in this game. Yes, you can. Yeah, you can buy and sell goods with a price deficit between currencies and make a ton of money. You need to do it in bulk, though, and you can do that later. So bitumen trades really high. You asked if bitumen was worth more than crude. Crude sells at 58 rubles per ton and 57 bucks a ton. Now, what about fuel? That's the other thing that it produces. Fuel is exporting at 246 and 186. So no. Buy the crude, sell the oil, which is what I'm doing, and that's why this workers save has been one of my most successful saves I've ever done. We're money printing, baby. What is the exchange rate? There is really no exchange rate per se, Kelly. You can't exchange currencies in this game. Resources, because you're a Soviet republic, resources are your currency exchange. That's what arbitrage is. Exchanging resources via currencies. Buying low on one currency and selling high on another currency. And then buying back something that's at 1-to-1, well, that's how you currency exchange. There's no rates here between currencies. I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But leave the gun, take the cannolis. It also helps that you're playing on a desert map and don't have to deal with winters. Yeah, yes, that is a big deal metric, yes. This is kind of playing the game on easy mode, but don't tell anybody that. Why not export missiles? There's no weapons in this game, Squishy. Not yet, at least. They said maybe they'll do that someday. But yeah, that's the kind of map overview. I have 3 pretty damn good cities going on. So we have Nader, Novogolin, and Aribi. And what I'm trying to do is bring what each of these cities offer into the center area to make, you know, a central capital city. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah, that money printer's still going. For May of 85, we're up 254 Gs. To expand on my previous, when I say cement versus asphalt, I mean, what do you think is better? Does the game simulate the difference between the two? You can't build concrete roads in this game, I don't think. I don't really remember. No, you can't build a concrete road. I was talking about real life. In this game, you can only pave asphalt. You have asphalt, gravel, and sand roads. Or muddy roads, right? Mud, gravel, and then asphalt. Oh no, panel road. Oh, you can. Dude, I totally forgot about this. I haven't played in a little while. So check it out. Max speed on the asphalt road, 68 miles an hour. Max speed on the panel road is 49. So yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah, the prefab. Yeah, it does make a difference. Dude, I'm telling you, this is the best city builder on the market right now. It's not even close. This is better than Skylines. And I hate that because I hate saying that because City Skylines is such a good game. You know, City Skylines 2 tried to do something like this and it didn't work. I love how granular this game is and how in-depth it gets. It's a really good teaching tool. All right, how far are they building the road over here? Good, they're making good progress. Anyway, that's kind of the overview. Sorry that took a little while, but yeah, that's what we're working on. Also, my prefabricated panel storage burnt down. All right, anyway. So, let's just build a vehicle factory first, and we'll figure out what it needs. What happened to City Skylines 2? It's boring. It's too dumbed down for me, man. Like, I liked City Skylines 1 because of how you could do... There was an industrial DLC for City Skylines 1 where you could do cool stuff like this, teach people about production, etc., etc. City Skylines 2 threw that completely out the window. I have no idea why. So, City Skylines 2 basically ends up as a great teaching tool to teach traffic patterns. Because I will say, Skylines 2 has quite literally the best traffic simulation of any city builder ever devised. It's better than... The traffic simulation for City Skylines 2 is way better than Workers. But the rest of the game is just completely hodgepodged together. And I don't... It's not fun. Once you build one gigantic city, it just gets really boring. It's a perfectly fine game for many. Sloth, yeah, that's... Okay, this is going to sound so screwed up, and I'm not trying to gatekeep anything. You know, I'm not trying to say, well, the game is not good. It's not in-depth enough for me. I think that dumbing down a game like that without, like, a difficulty slider is just inherently terrible game design. Because somebody like me was using City Skylines to teach people concepts about things. About industry, about logistics, about production. And how that all kind of favors into a city. I used it to teach urban design, industrial design, why highways exist, why you'd put train tracks in certain areas. Because the resource distribution system in Skylines 2 is so strange, and they threw out all the good stuff that they had from Cities 1, it's just, all it ends up being is a traffic simulation manager, which is... You know, dumbing down the game to make it more mainstream isn't an excuse for poor game design. And that's exactly what it is. And I didn't expect Colossal to do that. Why would you do that? Like, they made terraforming free. Why? Dude, moving dirt in real life is one of the most costly things that you can do. They made it free. Now, in City Skylines 1, it wasn't free. It cost money to move dirt. And you could only move so much of it before you had to either sell it or put it down somewhere else. An amazing game mechanic. They threw that completely out the window for Cities 2 because some as far as I can tell, some influencer, some content creator for Cities said, you know, terrain manipulation and terrain cost is too hard. It's too complex of a game feature for a city builder. So they took it out. But like I said, dumbing down a game isn't an excuse for poor game design. You know? And don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on people that like to play City Skylines 2. You know, if cities is everything you want out of a city builder, so be it. It really sucks for me as a person that does STEM outreach. My whole shtick is using games to teach people about real-life concepts. It's my whole thing. City Skylines is awful. Skylines 2 is awful at doing that. Just awful. The resource distribution system doesn't work. The terrain manipulation system is dumbed down and free. Highway grading does matter in cities, which is cool. Same with grading train tracks. That's pretty neat. But also, what's the point? If the avenues, what's the point in engineering all that stuff out if the way the game distributes resources doesn't work correctly? Yes, City Skylines 2 was easy. Any difficulty in that game I had beaten in 1 to 2 streams, O-Force, and then it was just building as big of a city as possible and making it look nice. And don't get me wrong, if people want to play cities and chill and just build an awesome, cool-looking city and make it look really, really nice, I don't really have a problem with that. Why a lot of City Skylines 1... A lot of the main user base for City Skylines 1 wanted to get more out of the game other than just building a beautiful city. Like me. So, you know, hardcore users just got shafted again. And that's fine, whatever. If that's how that's going to be, I'm not just going to sit there and just play this game because I can't use it to teach people anything. So I'm not going to play it. It's that simple. Well, you look nice. Dang, burned. All right. So, let's figure out the rest of this while we're here. Let's try putting this down here. All right, so we got the train tracks on the back end here, which are great. And what are we gonna need? Well, we need a storage facility, right? That stores cars. I think we have space for vehicles and containers. Ah, perfect. Let's place this down. Need some room for the train track. For the siding that's going to be here. Place that down right there. Let's see what this gets us. I skimmed through most of the presser discussion yesterday. Was there anything positive in your opinion? No. Not really. Geek, there's no, like, what, I don't, like, what, there's no way to guarantee that any of this stuff happens. So saying this just seems like a plea of desperation to be like, oh no, don't cancel the work that I've done. Now, don't get me wrong. That's not a Bill thing. Jim Bridenstine did that with HLS. He put HLS on the books, like, a couple of weeks before he lost his job. So, yeah, I see what they're trying to do. There's no way that that's going to survive, you know, because canceling MSR in the first place instead of just fixing it, right? canceling Mars sample return, canceling the entire program, pulling the plug on the whole thing, and then making a review team to try and figure out the best way to do it, only for them to come to the same conclusion, was a really stupid thing to do. Like, you know, so, you know, it's like, why would you do that? Like, oh, please, it's up to the incoming administration to fund my awful decisions. Okay. You'd think they'd bring Jim back? No. Alright, so we have an area for car storage export that leads to train tracks, which is good. Now, let's see how many people work here. So, we need 500 workers, okay? 400 max number of workers is 400 unskilled labor and a 100 skilled labor. That's what the difference, if you look, there's like 100 here. So you need 100 highly educated and 400 low educated. Okay. So workers work in 8-hour shifts. All right. So we have first shift, second shift, third shift to get this thing operating 24/7. So we take those numbers. We take 500 times by 3. We got to build out parking spaces for 1,500, which I don't think you necessarily need to do that. Because there's never going to be more than 500 workers working here. I mean, people are going to come and go. So let's build for 600. Just a little bit more than what the maximum labor is. So to take into account any overlap in shifts, right? No, Violent, I haven't built that. I stopped working on the gigafactory here for a second because I had kind of an epiphany. We were sitting here trying to figure out how much steel we need to make the factory work at this rate, etc., etc. That's not the right way to do it. You know, I'm trying to build this off of the gigafactory. It's trying to be based off of River Rouge. But Henry Ford didn't just build the River Rouge. This wasn't a first attempt. This is the Mark III, believe it or not. There were 2 other factories that Henry Ford made to make cars before he built that. I had a little bit of a quicker spiel about it a second ago, but the first one was Piquet. Piquet was where they invented mass production. It was invented in that office right there. It's a museum if you want to go and see it. It's pretty cool. He had assembly. And then he moved to Highland Park out here. You could see where the footprint for the factory was. This is where mass production was first implemented. Full vertical integration on your factory. That's where it was implemented. But Highland Park very quickly hit capacity. Because of that, Henry Ford built the River Rouge. First ever completely vertically integrated factory. Raw materials come in, cars come out. He didn't start by building this, so neither should we. So what I'm going to do is just build a car factory, get it working, start making cars, and then we'll build a Mark II and possibly even a Mark III over here. It's hard to say what your gigafactory needs because you don't see the thing working. Bless you, thank you. Do you know the significance of the Ford Museum building? Was it a Ford factory? Which Ford Museum building are you talking about? Geek, in your opinion, the whole MSR was doomed to begin with. Why say let's get the samples now? We'll figure out how to get them back later. Geek, that's not the worst way of doing things, but yeah, very much you're right. My big problem with Mars sample return and how they set it up is that you're okay, look. You want to build something that has 20 tons down mass to Mars. Curiosity and Perseverance get nowhere near those mass margins. The sky crane can't land 20 tons on the surface. You need a bigger sky crane, and you need bigger parachutes. What NASA really needs is a Mars ascent and descent vehicle. They need an MADV. Or at least a Martian version of a LEM to get this project done. That's the elephant in the room. They don't have a lander that can land something heavy enough to build a launch pad and sample return collection mechanism to get down to the surface, collect the samples, and send something home. They don't have enough. You don't have a big enough lander to do it. MSR was doomed from the start because you need an MADV, and that technology doesn't exist. My solution to this problem was to fund a Martian ascent and descent vehicle and use that to do your sample return. Because if you can land a launch pad and sample collection system on the surface of Mars, that 20-ton down mass to Mars is well and good enough to be able to land people on the surface. You could, right? That's more than enough. So start a Martian ascent and descent vehicle prototype program and use that for your sample return. That ropes the programs together, gets you results, and overcomes the problem that NASA is facing, which is you don't have something that can land something that heavy on Mars. That's why the cost ballooned for MSR in the first place, because it's trying to address a problem of heavy lift to Mars. Something that should be done with your human-rated architecture. Which is why the program's cost ballooned like crazy, because you need a Saturn V or something to do sample return correctly. You're not doing that with Atlas or Vulcan or Falcon. That's not happening. Sorry, I don't mean to switch the subjects every 5 seconds, guys. What we really need is a manned mission to Mars. Bingo. That's exactly it. All right, so we'll build out a parking lot for 600 here. Where are my footpath entrances here? Oh, perfect. Now, we need parking lots for 600, and I know what people are going to say. You're doing car-centric and workers? What are you, nuts? Well, I'm building a car plant. What do you... It would make sense to have a parking lot for your automotive plant, so the cars that they produce, they can use to actually get to their jobs. Decentralized transportation is kind of ironic in a centralized city builder, but it's not the worst idea. So, the biggest parking lot here can hold 30. And we want to play for 600. So 600 divided by 30. This is basic math, I know. So we need 20 parking lots. Why did I choose 16 parking lots for the steel mill? Why do you use the 30 parking lots? 28s are smaller and more efficient. I just picked one, dude. We could use the 28s, yeah. But we need 20 of these, so let me just kind of figure out a design. Can we do this with these lots? How close can these things get to each other? Last. What's up, buddy? Can you divide that 600 by 4 because each car will carry 4 people? I forget if they... I don't think they carpool. I think it's one car per worker, dude. How did I do that over here? Hold up. Yeah, these parking lots can fit together. I like this. It's not as space efficient, but it is, but it isn't. Like... So wait, over here, steel mill takes 500 workers, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 16 parking lots. 16... Oh, I didn't overestimate with this. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna need to use the smaller parking lots. Space is a constraint here. So we got to figure out a good way for the 28 car lots to jive together. So we're aiming for 600. A little bit of an overestimate. Actually, you know what? I'll probably put it to 550. 550 divided by 28 cars per lot is 20 lots, give or take. So we just got to figure out a good space-efficient way of putting these together. Actually, that one is pretty good. You can't... you could probably make parking garages with mods, dude, but I'm not using mods right now. Work. Actually, get rid of that one. And get rid of the footpaths there and there. Alright, because now what I want to do... Okay, can we... We can connect them in that way. So we need 20 lots. But we also got to put... Can we get that close? Nope. Got to back this road off just a little bit. I'm going to connect those two together. According to the Steam post, due to the way car owners reserve parking spaces not for residencies but traveling to parking lot, you need to have roughly 2 to 3 times the number of parking lot spots as you want cars to visit a building. This can be mitigated somewhat by connecting multiple buildings to the same parking lots. But you'll be seeing a lot of half-empty lots. Ooh. Red alert! Red alert! What do we got? 7th flight of Starship. Oh, post from SpaceX. The seventh flight test Starship of is preparing. Yep, they made a typo. Preparing to launch as soon as Monday, January 13th. Teams at Starbase are keeping an eye on the weather conditions for pre-flight operations. Okay. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Crawdad, what's going on, buddy? 73-month resub. Good to see you, man. Yep. Give me 1 second. I have to retweet. I must social media. Starship Flight 7 launch date is on the board. No, ship catch is probably going to end up being on the next flight. So 2 to 3 times, huh? Boca weather on Monday is cloudy, 20% chance of rain, 18 to 20 mile an hour winds. Not sure if that's great. Okay. Raiden, you bought Workers and Resources, couldn't say no to 50% off. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Alright, we're gonna need a lot more parking lots. Yeah, okay, so the parking lot logic reserves the spots. That's good to know. Thank you for letting me know about that. Okay, so it doesn't want you to build that because of the footpaths. Alright, cool. So, let's go back, go into parking lots. How many is that? 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 16 parking lots. So the factory needs 500, so that means we need 1,500 spaces. Oh boy. Oof. Woof. You think New Glenn will launch on the 10th as planned? Yep, yep. Yeah, Violent. We can always tweak the road logic. Yeah, sure. Parking lots. Food is a good place to start, Raiden. Oil. I mean, dude, the best thing to do in workers, you want to see what you want to get a, currency where you're going to make a positive, dude. Look at the markets. The markets are constantly changing. Here's another crazy thing, Raiden, about workers that not a lot of people know about. You can do arbitrage between currencies, but you can also deflate the cost on things. If I export too much oil, price goes down. Yeah, supply and demand is absolutely a thing on the international market here. You got to be careful about that. You can't just cash cow one resource, which is why I'm trying to expand into cars. Eventually, I'll export so much freaking oil that will deflate the price. Is New Glenn going to be an orbital launch? Yes. It's a medium Earth orbit insertion right out of the gates, J-Speed. Just like SLS was, believe it or not. Can you store oil and sell it a bit at a time? Absolutely, Cluties. Uh-huh. Sure you can. Sure you can. It's always the first step in app development. We just saw the tweet, Dino. Yep. $18 parking lots. That's good. So let me at the very least get the footpaths figured out. The reason why I want to build the footpaths now is because I just need to test pedestrian walking distance. So people are going to park their cars here, right? And then we got to make sure that they can still make it to the factory. So if we go here and we hit pedestrian, yeah, okay. So check this out. Dirt footpaths, the walking distance isn't as far. So if we take this, right, we take that footpath and we pave it, paving with lights actually is the highest level. Like, that has the fastest quote-unquote walking speed in the game. That's the metric that it uses. And then if we get in here and we pave the road, now let's see. Can they make it? Absolutely. Easily. Perfect. Great. Okay, we can probably fit another set of parking lots over here. They won't let us grid snap. Alright, I got an idea. Let's get our car storage terminal right here. I'm gonna take it, and we're gonna move it. We're gonna rotate that thing around. Get rotated, nerd. Go here. Car storage. Storage space for vehicles. Oh, extremely large storage space for vehicle. Ooh, I like that. Just for a second. I didn't see the larger vehicle storage. I like that one better than the other one. The reason why I wanted to do that is because I want, instead of having a road that goes all the way back there, I can put more parking lots here. Then we can get away with that. And then we can get away with paving this whole freaking thing here. Sick. Cool. Now we just got to connect the tracks. Back in. You know what? I'm wondering if we could get move this thing just a little bit closer. No, that's not gonna work. Just make it go in there like that. That's fine. She said. I really wish I could fit that second line in there, but that's okay. Hang on one second. I actually got an idea. We'll shift the tracks over. We'll shift the tracks over just a smidge. So instead of using this like that, right? We shift them one over because we got room on the other side. Right? Send that there, and then send this piece. Put that one right there, and then go connect two pieces of track there. Send that. All right. Now, from a point where we know that the track is square. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm kind of trying to future-proof this stuff. To an extent. I'll keep the right-of-way for the tracks going in case I want to extend it down here, or make some type of loop. Always protect your railroad right-of-ways. That's really, really, really wise decision to do. And There's nothing there. That's just silly. Does the car factory have raw resource storage? It does. It has internal. Now, if a train's coming in and we have the tracks basically directional, so how I have my tracks set up is they're basically, a double track is basically set up like a road. So that's in and that's out. But a train that comes in here won't be able to go down the out track here, especially if it comes in on it, right? So it's going to need to, these are going to need to be multi-directional to an extent. So we got to experiment here. Can we do something like, so if a train comes in, it can access the out track. Ugh. I'm putting stuff over here. There's a reason I left this space empty, Violent. Perhaps that looping function that we were talking about isn't the worst idea. Woof. But then if we do that looping function, it gets in the way of where I want to put more parking lots. Okay, there's another way that we can fix this. Merge connections there, and then do... We could just do a crisscross right there. That should give me a long enough run for the trains. And then we could go from directional signals here to bidirectional chains right there. And that should get your train logic working correctly. Like that, it's a lot cleaner. It does have a crossover in it, but that's okay. I'd prefer this. It looks way nicer than what we had before. Like, way nicer. Just bridge over it? Bridge over what? Nah, this is sneaky. I like this. This is fine. Now, we need... You guys already kind of beat me to it, but we need... We need an open storage area here. Oh, crap. To get over the parking. Oh, I don't really have the space to make the grade to go up to bridge it over here, Sneaky. We don't have a lot of room to work with. Because my power towers are here. We also probably are going to need an electrical substation here that I did not plan for. Oh. I did plan for it. Right on. Sweet. That'll make this easier. Alright, so car factory needs steel. We know that. It has 290 tons open storage on it, so... And it can have 60 tons of plastic, 84 electricals, 169 tons of fabric. 290 tons open space storage for steel. Yeah, the steel and mechanical components are probably what we want to stockpile the most. So I will put provisions in over here. First thing we're going to need is a warehouse. That's a warehouse with tracks built in. Is that warehouse and stuff for car production storage? Or storage of... This one is for car storage. That's finished products. And material storage on this side. Material storage will be on this side. What we could do... Another thing we could do... Actually, you know what? I want to leave this area here. What I want to leave it for is a cargo train station. A big cargo train station. We need a big one. Whoa. Maybe not that big. The reason why is I want cars. No, we can load directly. We can load cars directly out of this, so we don't need that. A cargo train station over here. Cargo train stations don't store items. No, I understand that. Can these cargo train stations move cars, though? I don't think so. I think that's what these are for. That's for loading vehicles onto trains, and that's what we have over there. Well, I was thinking we could bring in resources in bulk via train, at least initially here. That, once again, Piquet Assembly and Highland Park are both built next to railroad tracks. That's not a coincidence. The thing is, though, if we were going to make a buffer for our storage here, we would need a warehouse, and then we would need open storage as well. So open storage for steel, warehouse for everything else. So there's only one type of warehouse that has train tracks built into it, as far as I can tell. All of these are... not ideal. You can connect both of them to a cargo station. Yeah. I know what I can do, Sig. We just got to figure out how to. Thinking. Yeah. Okay, I got an idea. So, what we should do is start over here. A third and a fourth track. And then have these tracks run parallel here. Just run them down there for now. Because I'm thinking train traffic. If I don't want tracks going right into my main line like that, because if that way it'll cause congestion on the main line, which is why we're going to add more. So what I want to do is send those back to there. You see what I mean though about, just on a side note, you see what I mean about building this first? This is just the car plant. Can you imagine having to do this with everything from the ground up? That would have been a lot of project, right? So now that I have this, we could put our cargo station in. Bearings are coming in on Space Coast Live, which is pretty cool. Who is setting fires in the US every year? Yeah, Jens, that's a lot more. That's a lot more of a complicated issue than just, oh, it's this person's fault. It's a cascading effect of failure after failure after failure. It's the Danish. Yeah, there we go. That's a better answer. I like that answer. All right, so now here's the thing. Through train cargo, you can feed steel through that. Excellent. We don't need a small one. No, that's too big. Okay, so let's get our storage. Now, we need our open storage here. Right? And then we need the train cargo storage that can feed both of those things. Oh, how the heck do we figure that one out? If you plan for use, I hate forklifts. I hate using them. I'm not using those. Wait, what's the... Okay. Okay. Cool. We just need to do a slight junction change here. And I hate that I can't lock it under that coordinate, but it's our... Ugh. Don't worry about that. Alright, so now we got a little bit of a problem. The roads. How do we... Everything needs a road connection. Hang on. Hey, Chancellor of the Milky Way, what's up? This road is only there as a guide road anyway, so what we can do, send this down to 2. I kind of hate it. Yeah, it's just... Just, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that should give me enough for the tracks to come through here. There. I hate how that thing is bent, but I didn't lock this track to a cardinal direction, which is my fault, but it's alright. I hate that. We'll fix that sometime. Okay, our automotive plant is coming along very nicely, actually. We have our drop-off storages. Now, once again, we have a little bit of a problem with roads here. Can we make a crossing there? Nope.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maybe if I flip that warehouse. Nice. Okay, cool. Now, how do we do this? Hey, T-Dave, what's up, man? Afternoon, Andrew. Did the mountain face the shovel? Yes, but I stopped working on that for a second. Andrew, basically what I decided to do was the gigafactory that I'm trying to build wasn't built, like, instantly, right? They started with smaller factories, so I figure it's better to build an automotive factory that's just designed to make cars, a non-vertically integrated factory, and then use what we learned from this to build bigger factories. So I allocated some space down here, right, to build out just a singular automotive factory. And we'll build like a Mark I, so to speak. And then we'll go from there. Now the problem is I need road connections. I need to connect these in. I'm not exactly sure how we're gonna do that. Because you can't make a crossing between industrial connections. A tunnel? Nah. I got an idea, see cracking the book. Does this game have rail logic? It has rail logic. Come on, baby. No. Maybe we try making it from this side. I need the move it tool. Oh God. It finally happened. I do need the move it tool. A tunnel, you know what? Tunnel might not be the worst idea, dude. Nope. I guess it doesn't want that. Hello? Hello? Did that work? Hello? Hello? No. No, 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 no. We must find a way to make this not look like doo-doo. Is there any other surface connection that we possibly could do? Not really. You can make a tunnel in 2 to 3 sections. Just press the down key. Okay. gave myself more access over here. What the hell you mean too short? I don't understand. Dude, that's like... we're working on that tomorrow, Mihai. You know what? I got a different idea. Let's take that damn cargo station, the train cargo station. We'll slide it this way a little bit, see if we can get away with it. Demolish a little segment of road so we can see where it is relative to the old position. Go here. Perfect. Perfect. Hang on, I gotta mess with this sequence of building these tracks. Sometimes you gotta build the straight first. And then you got to merge the connections. There we go. Cool. Alright, that gives me way more room to get this done. Why do you need the extra long station anyway? It's the only one with 2 tracks on one side, dude. I mean, it could... What are the other stations? That's way too big. There's that. But I don't think that's gonna be good enough. I want tracks with one platform on one side. Like, this one doesn't have the right amount of outputs. It's not really about the length, dude. It's more that this has the outputs that'll connect in that I want. Don't forget that you can use cable cars. Cable cars don't pick up on factory connections. Can't. The airport is over there. I don't want to. I mean, I could. I don't want to, though. That's too close to the taxiway. Let's see if we can redo this just a little bit. I like this. This part's good. See if we can create a similar radius over here. Building's in the way. Gizzard's in the way. I don't mind this. This is fine. Not the nicest thing we've ever made, but it'll work. Let's just clean up the road design over here a little bit. EJ is a man of focus. Sheer will. Only thing is, it's just gonna take a long time to build that stupid elevated road. You know what? I got another idea. It is still gonna take a long time to make this, but... we can make it look a little nicer here by having the approaches go down. Bingo. There we go. Cool. See, now it looks like a little bit of a more continual transition. I like that. I like that a lot. We can keep that. Any part of the elevated road gradable. That's what I just did, J-Speed. I didn't have it go right up to 30 feet and then level off through the curves. It goes to 20 up the straight part of the ramp, 20 to 30 on the curved part, 30 right there, 30 down to 20 on the curved part, 20 down to 10 again. That, if you look at it from the top, it being nice and symmetrical, that makes it look right. Believe it or not, guys, there's weird stuff like this all over Detroit, like all over factories. It's not just Detroit, any factory. They have roads that go over stuff or roads that go under stuff. There's stuff like this everywhere. Like roads that go over and under conveyor belts and stuff in certain factories. It's super cool, actually. And that gives me road access to all the factories over there. Okay, that's figured out. Material input, train, figured out. That's all good to go. I'm going to have these tracks rejoin over here. That. And that keeps this whole cargo mechanism, etc., etc. It keeps everything nice and clean. The only thing I'm kind of worried about is the threshold between this junction and that. And there's really no way to turn around here. Unless we added a loop somewhere. No crossovers are missing. We see loop tracks anywhere? I really don't think so. I don't see any loops. Nah, not really. Nope, really. I really don't want to do this like this, but... No. That is a super tight crossing, and there's really no room for signals in there. Yeah. So the problem is like, here's the problem I'm facing. A train comes in here, drops cargo off at the station, and then needs to go back that way. How does it turn around? If my tracks are directional, my tracks run like roads. So this track is inbound, that one is outbound. That's how the train logic needs to be denoted. So how do we change that problem? How do we do that without making a complicated junction here or making a loop? What I could do is put a loop on the junction, like that. That's fine. Still gives me plenty of room for parking spots and everything. Now, the problem is, okay, that solves one. Well, what if a train's coming in this way? If it's coming in this way, how do we fix that problem? How does that train turn around? Do we put a loop down here? I mean, a loop around the station. But the station is downstream of that. So if a train's, once again, train's coming in this way, guys, how do we fix this? We need another loop down here somewhere. I was gonna say just put it right here. I could easily fit a loop in right there. But the electrical poles are there, and you can't mess with the terrain around them. Well, hold on. Yeah, see. You can't mess with the terrain. And I don't want this connection to be too close to this Y, because that Y is the railroad tracks that cross the river and are over there. That's a huge junction. I don't... Just like highways, you don't want intersections near highways. Consider this my highway and consider this my frontage road. That's how you got to set up trains in this game. Do they have to leave the same spot they came from? If you tell them, well, Raiden, yeah. Like, okay, so say I have a train distribution depot, okay? Train distro office, right? What this is designed to do is take resources from one place and put them in another spot. In this particular case, I'm using it for export, okay? So let's path it out. A train wants to export oil. So the train starts here, right? Gets to my oil filling terminal, which is easy to get to. It turns around there, goes back, and then goes to Corvarude. And then from there, it needs to go back. It needs to go back to here. Trains can't change direction in this game unless they're at a stop. A stop is the only place it can change direction. Now, okay, that's fine. No problem. Why don't you just make this bidirectional, right? Well, that goes against the logic here. I want, unless I made these tracks omnidirectional, in which case you'd screw up the logic, this needs to be an input track, and that needs to be an output. Well, these need to be multi-directional to this point. if I don't make them multi-directional, right, the train, right, can come in here and then say it needs to go back to that distribution depot in Aribi over there. How's it get there? Well, in this way, it goes here, goes around the loop, and then goes back on the outbound track, which connects back into my main line. Easy. That's done. Now, what if the train is coming from over here? What if it's coming from Nader? And it comes through here, right? Goes up here, all right? Gets onto the frontage track, so to speak, and then goes here. If my signaling is directional, where does it go? How does it go that way? See what I'm talking about? That's the logic problem here that we're having. What we could do my main line I don't really want to be multi-directional. I'm setting it up to be directional, so what we could do is down here a little ways. Now this will work. That's a loop, a flip loop. It'll work. But, once again, you have to get onto your main highway to turn around. That's the problem here. Now, hang on. I just had another idea. This could disrupt traffic on the main highway. That's my problem. That's why it would be better if we put the loop over there, but I can't because there's freaking towers in the way. Some idiot put the towers over here. Track's already graded. It's no good. We could just extend the loop down here. Man, those tracks are going to come out so bumpy and stupid looking. It's kind of gross, but that'll work. Make an underground loop? Tunneling in this game is expensive, dude. That'll work. I actually wish it would have been awesome to be able to just put it right here, but this basically irons out our train logic pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's a major highway intersection, Cuban, or it's going to be a major junction in my future railway network. I don't want to put more traffic on that as I have to. This is your frontage road, basically. You set up the trains like you'd set highways in this game. Or like you'd build highways in any other city simulator. Especially if you're using directional. 2-track, 2-way, right? Like I said, that's not the best way to do this, and this track is probably going to come in lumpy as hell. But that is the easiest way. Basically, Cornbread, I put everything here on sidings, right? It's not on my main line, right? And because I did that, I don't want trains having to utilize the main line. I don't want trains having to utilize the main line to turn around. That's like putting a roundabout in the middle of a highway. Also, the other thing I'm going to do is fix this stupid thing right now. I hate this. Side note, did you see the elevated roundabout on I-4 in front of Universal Studios? Yeah. Yeah, dude. Just making it worse. Maybe that's the solution here. Hold up. I got some of it. see if we can abuse the taxiway tool to get that terrain out of there. Come on. Come on. Come on. You know you want to. Yes. Fixed. Fixed. Nice. It's only a tiny smidge right there. And you know what? I'm okay with that. That's fine. There we go. That fixes that problem. Turns on the news. Add more fire stations to Glorious Republic. In the glorious Buran will firefight from space. Ah, yes. Wait, no. We do not like that. That thing is a piece of junk. Wait, no, wait, what are my values? There's just a little piece that's still messed up right there, but that's okay. Yeah, once again, this is not... I don't really like putting the loop all the way down there, but... shouldn't be too bad. How long will it take for the game to build all that? Good while. I want to finalize the design, though, which is why I have the game paused. Yeah. The bridges are going to take a bit, because it's technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. So, yeah, that's going to take a second. Okay, so what problems do we still need to solve here? Parking lot? We can always expand the parking lot over here. So that's probably what I'll do, and then put a pedestrian bridge or something. I'm not really liking that. Do not forget glorious sewage, comrade. Yep. Sewage, water, electricity is what we need now. What's the power consumption on this? Max power consumption is 122 megawatt hours. Now let's look at our electrical distribution here. Do you not need to provide a high power? Nope, not to the automotive factory, no. What are the substations? They can provide 250 megawatts. How's your day going? Pretty good. Yeah, not bad. It's diesel only right now, Stuart. If you don't drag the streetlight road in the right direction, the streetlights go on the wrong side. See, you'll get the streetlights on the inside of the road if you're not careful. Okay, while we're here, we can start, they can start building out the train station over here with a bus stop. I have a bus depot next to the train station, so we could bus people from the train over here. So, okay. That stretch of road is not needed anymore. It's redundant. It's official, Honda and Nissan to merge after August of 2026. Cool. Danny, I finally caved and bought this over the holiday and play a good 14 hours straight. Working through the tutorial and can't make buses work. The buses won't leave the distribution parking lot to go pick people up. People are at the stops. What am I missing? Lines. Go in here, create a new line, and then assign buses to said line. Make the line first, and then assign the buses, dude. Yeah, your line pathing is screwed up. Either that or they don't have a way to get there. It'll tell you if there's no pathway, though. Yeah, and King is right. Then you have to tell them, once the line is assigned, you have to tell the bus to start driving the line. It'll appear as a, that icon right there. There you go. There we go. Gotcha, Denny. Nanda or Hissan. How about Datda? We'll bring back Datsun. Datda. Datsa. Dat Hondas? Hansa? Nisanda. Sounds like someone's name. There's only one car needed. Glorious Trabant. No. No. No good. There we go. Is there still enough room to get the tracks out of there? Oh, score. Still got provisions for tracks. And now, in case we ever wanted to do this, we can have the tracks go out this way as well. Which I probably will end up doing. I'll probably take this track and then make a Y right here. Just make it loop back in. It would be easier than sending the trains. They'd have to... They would have to use the loop anyway. They would have to cross over here, go back, down, use the... Oh, no. We should loop it. We should build a Y right here. Yeah, looping it is going to make the logic a lot easier. If I put it into a junction right here, I mean, that is a junction on the main line, but that makes it so we don't need this crossover here. And building this into a Y makes it so this part, the car offload, does not need a loop. No, YMCA. Alright, so now we need to cancel that railway because that's not connected to the right thing. Oh wait, yes it was. Yeah, there we go. That's right. Sweet. Perfect. That's really good, actually. But why? Yes. Why? Indeed. That's actually really good. This works very nicely. Save check. Good call. Oh, I don't insult the racing cardboard. Don't insult Trabants. I don't need to insult Trabants. Trabants insult themselves. Now that's an industrial facility. Look at that. All right, so electricity, water, and septic. Were you expecting it to not work so well? It's more, I don't know if it's going to work well. I expect this to work well, but I don't know if it's going to work well, so... Oh well. I apologize for that. Waste. Yeah. Really didn't want to put that right there, but... Welcome to Glorious Automotive Facility, and in our front yard here you see dump. Great success! What's the internal waste storage capacity for this? Let me look at the automotive factory. It can hold 103 tons of mixed waste. If I take the waste right here, and we had a dump with a claw machine, that basically doubles it. What we could do... we could just burn the waste. We could burn the waste from the facility. How much power does one of these generate? 660 megawatt hours. How much power does the automotive plant use? 120. Is this happening? I think I'm getting the black lung pop. It doesn't fit. This is fine. Pink gets the stuff from the dump. NPP time? Well, I have power coming from my oil power plants here. That's what that line is. We can always tee into that line. Yeah, we can always tee into the line. It's not a big deal. One thing at a time, Gaw. Hey Flavia, what's going on? A scrap facility is going to take up a lot of space, guys. I don't want this here. I think if we run dedicated trucks for distribution here, we run a dedicated distro office or dedicated technical services, which I already have tons of that. We can always build another one, and I can always buy more trucks. It's not a big deal. And go from there. Hey, Fopace, what's going on? Alright, well, if that's the case, then we need a substation here. And now we need water as well. The substations shouldn't be too hard. I have a splitter right here, a high voltage splitter. What's the maximum underground? 12. This thing's gonna need its own damn substation. It's going to take a little while to make all this, too, by the way. Yeah. It's going to take a lot. It's okay. Can waste just go to the rail warehouse for disposal? If I could have a connection for that, sure, but I don't have any connections. That's designed for input. Bobby, I have a question for you. How much do you think Blue nailing the first landing is a real possibility? I think they will. I think they're gonna get it. Why wouldn't they? They have plenty of information on landing vehicles with New Shepard. And I know what people are gonna say, oh, the hardware is different. Yeah, but the avionics are the same. That's you can test the hardware on the ground. Flight data is king. I don't think people take into account how valuable flight data actually is. Yeah, they'll get it, man. You know what? We can do that. We can get away with it. Oh, come on. Don't do that. We live in an amazing era for space flight. Dude, we'll look back upon this with the same reverence that we do with the Apollo program, dude. This is wild times. In a good way. In a good way. Alright, I want a whole transformer dedicated to this thing. And in that regard, we're going to need a lot of substations. How many can we tee off with this thing? A lot. But we also need that high voltage switch. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to put this here. There's not enough room. I need... you always should switch everything at all times. Always be switching. Always. I don't like that. Guys, forgive me. Maybe I'm just not understanding how the game works. So or electrical engineering. So the max power consumption a day is 1.2 megawatts. Max wattage, the circuit breaker is 2.05 megawatts. Oh, that's easy. Wait, 2.05 megawatts? A substation gives 250. Huh. You think I should run... Yeah, one underground high voltage line will do us just fine. Underground high voltage right here, and then split it just because that's the smart thing to do. Yeah, that should do us just fine. The question is, where the heck are we gonna put it? If we put it there, can we get away with the transformer? It's the roads that I'm really worried about here. There's no way. Nah, you know what? I don't want to disrupt train traffic. I answered my own question, sorry. You just run double substations down here, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we'll do. But then again, if I ran one high voltage line and then split it, I'm thinking. The smart thing to do would have been to put a substation right here so you could just tee right in, but we don't have that luxury. Yeah, I want a dedicated circuit down here. So let's tee off here. Put that line way down underground here initially, underneath the substation. There. And now run the high voltage line all the way down here. The reason why I lowered the line right there is because I might have more lines come out of this that transformer right there. And if I do underground lines, I want my high voltage lines lower than my low voltage lines. Think of it like building codes. But by that logic, this whole thing should be deeper underground. But right there is enough to get it across. Okay, so now we need a switch. We need a high voltage switch. And we need a transformer to move from high to low. High voltage line in there. High voltage line in there. Perfect. Cool. Now we can... I'm going to double up the substations here. Let's get out of underground view. And what we'll do... Building codes? There's no building codes here. The reason why I'm doubling up the substation is power redundancy. Oh, those will not work like that. Because you don't want to overload a substation. If you overload a substation, it won't work. So if I, you know, down the road, if I place anything out here that needs more power, yeah, we're going to have a, you know, I don't want to overload the automotive factory and have the whole system stop. It's the kind of stuff you got to think about in this game. That's why I like this game. One needs to be there to power the cargo terminal. Speaking of overload, local fire department. Yeah, I have a fire department right there. That should be within range, but it might be better to put a local precinct over here because, especially because there's a residential area right there as well. So yeah, I wanted to. I haven't been building like in this area here because I want to save it for municipal things. Okay, there's one. And there's 2. Cool. So now we take our power harnesses, right? I'm gonna make a wire harness here. Okay, what's that about? Why is it dip right there? Hold up. Don't do that. Whatever. That's fine. Okay, cool. So electrical is figured out. What else? Sewage? How much sewage does this thing produce? I don't think it says. Interesting. Alright, well, get rid of that road again. I might do the waste facility in the front yard. Just because. That'll give me a large waste facility, which will quadruple, we'll have quadruple the, well, triple the capacity, excuse me. Let's see if we can get a... Yeah. The dump is in the front yard. Hey, look, glorious automotive facility. Here is trash. But it's connected to the highway so they can get to it very, very quickly. Which... yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We should start paving these roads. Get Al Soup and Ladle all figured out. Yeah, that is Al Soup and Ladle. It is a pre-existing city with a Hawkman. All right, so that's waste figured out. Now we need the septic tanks. Put 2 of them, 2 septic tanks there, and then... I mean, you know what? We probably don't need to. Just 1 would be fine. This isn't the middle of the city. I'll leave the provisions so we could put 2 more in, though, if we really wanted to. The whole economy runs on Haktua coin? My God, I hope not.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, there is one thing I forgot. Hang on one second. The bus depot. I want a bus depot down here just in case. Moving that road in. There's a bus depot attached to a train station right there. Moving that in should give us enough for a... small bus stop. We'll have to do that way so people can get to the terminal. All right. Oh, from okay. Here. I won't build this side because they have to pave the road first. And then, just so I don't forget, I'll put the provisions for another overpass, right? Or, well, the other side of the staircase. It's there. There we go. And if I need to add additional parking down here, they should be able to walk. They can walk to it. Don't mind me. Stop. Yep. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. Hakmene! They're hawk maxing? Oh, gross. Okay. Now, the roads to the substation. Too close. Did I already connect in the electrical? Yep. Whatever. It's fine. That title is so attractive. Hey Zuri, what's going on? Buses are the plastic version of a train. Well, I have it there as a redundancy. We have trains, we have cars, we have buses. Do you think cities will eventually get the game fixed? Well, I certainly hope so, man. Okay, that one is almost in range. It's almost in range. So any parking that I put here will absolutely be in range. If I decide to put more parking down here. Excelente. Sweet. Infrastructure in place to ship cars out by rail? Yep. Right here. Maybe we can, yeah, dude, we can dump that. That's fine. That piece of road is not needed. Alright, that stretch of road here for a moment, make it dirt just for a second. It's so I could pave more than one road at once. Okay. That's pretty good, man. So electrical is hooked up. Now we just need plumbing and sewage. So let's tackle water. We gotta find a good spot for a well. 64%, 94% quality. Right there. It's perfect. I have a prefab for this. That's it right there. There's the prefab for the well. thought I had a better prefab than that. Is this near Soup and Ladle? Yeah, Al Soup and Ladle is right there. And eventually I'm going to relocate all these people into this residential area right here. The stuff you laid out looked dense. Like, yeah, I made it in my image. Is car part of worker pay package? Oh yes, get big discount. Very nice. I need to see right there. Right here. What's the well? 93%, 60. Perfect. That's fine. I gotta go copy this thing again. It is an awesome feature, dude, for sure. Hey. Where's the dang walls? It didn't put any of my pipes in? Nothing. Whatever. I can remake it by hand. It's not a big deal. Okay. It didn't do any of my damn footpaths either. I hate that that has to do that. You know what? There's got to be a better way to make this. Can we extend the road to the very end so the footpath doesn't have to... Come on. Oh! Wow. Alright. Excellent. Sweet. Now we just got to work on the pipes. 1, 2. Well, I know that part. Let me see the rest of the pipes. How did I set it up? Yeah, 1 pipe output to a water tower. Cool. Alright, excellent. Cool. Now this thing needs electricity to run. So we're going to need to run a smaller substation here. For the water. We'll have a... Let's just do a dedicated one. I'll have a dedicated one on a footpath. It makes it easier. And then... footpath electrical. And then we need an underground line. I don't like an intersection that close to the damn level crossing. Even if it is just a little crappy junction like this, that's not a good idea. Ah. That's good enough. Yeah, I gave it about 100 feet. Perfect. Cool. Excellent. Great. Good. Great. Grand. Wonderful. Now, the other thing I'm going to do is just... Wait, I can't do that? What am I overlapping with? Same thing there, but that's just a side road. The reason why is I don't want that level crossing right there. In fact, I don't know if those two houses are a good idea to have there, but you know what? We'll put them there anyway. All right, now sewage. Here's the problem, sewage. How are we gonna solve this one? Power to the water. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's figured out. Now sewage. Look, is nice sewage treatment facility. Oh yes, very nice. It is a percolation pond. Yes, percolation. I wanted to put a sewage treatment facility here, but in the middle of farm? No, it creates fertilizer. Happy times. I don't want the sewage trucks on the farming thing. Now, this is gonna have to be the sewage treatment for this entire side of the map. I think a small one should be useful. I've never used the sewage treatment plants. I don't really know what they require, to be honest with you. Looks like they just need chemicals and power. Okay, so there's our Stalinator. And you know what we'll do? We'll design this with the provisions for a sewage treatment plant, but we won't necessarily build one right off the bat. Okay, so because I don't know, it just seems like we don't need that just yet. Damn, that's a big one. Jeez. Okay. So what we'll do, we have 3 inputs here, okay? So I will have 1 input right here. Right? Everybody still following me? Plug that into the 3rd one. There. Right? You know what? I don't like it. It doesn't look good. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. Alright, so we'll try that again. Main sewage line input is here, and this will be the bypass for the treatment plant initially. Alright, so we want provisions for at least 3 inputs here. Right? Always be switching. So 1. No, everything technically is a merger here. Oh, something's on fire. Hold up. The fire station over there is dispatched. We should be fine. And I should pause the game again. So, first let's put the road in. There we go. That's passive. It doesn't need anything, which is nice. So, we have a sewage input line that'll initially go to this, right? But then we would need to reroute it over here. I don't think I have a sewage split. There's no split for your sewage lines. Maybe we should just put the sewage station in the loop. Just build it, and then we won't ever have to worry about it again. That's actually a good idea. Thanks, Andrew. Good call, man. Keeps it simple. Much cleaner. Yeah, that makes everything a straight run coming out of the sewage treatment plant in this design. Just so, yeah, we'll just keep that right away. Good, right there, done. I like that idea, man. Good call. In the game that costs way too much to remove burned buildings and materials, demolishing things, it takes time. Demo takes time in this game. It's not just bulldoze and call it a day, dude. That's what I like about it. Okay. So that's our bypass here. Keep everything nice and tight. Cool. That gives us everything that we need. Some of these pipes we're not going to need to build right off the bat, but I'll put the provisions in. Actually, we don't need to put any of those provisions in. Eventually, we have capacity for 2 pipes coming in at once, right? And then I just got to check something with my treatment plant. Stations for vehicle loading and unloading is 2. Okay. We could put a small parking lot here. How many people does this take to employ? It's 10 people. A 30-person parking lot or a 28 parking lot will be a single 28 parking lot will be just fine. Is there a pedestrian entrance on this side? Yes, there is. Right next to your sewage input. Cool. So eventually, right, we can demolish these lines. We'll demo or just cut this line off once the sewage treatment plant is up, right? And then just run this way, like that. And then the second line will run in there. And then we demo this particular area right there and then call it a day. I'm future-proofing my designs here. We don't need industrial we don't need sewage. We don't need double lines here going into each. But eventually, you know, we'll plan for that capacity expansion. We could demolish that, right? And then do that, and we're good to go. See? But we shouldn't hook up this outside line at all right now. It's just this line. So this line can go this way. Stop right there. And then we need a tank switch. Always be switching. Always. Anytime your pipes basically turn, put a... Ooh. Hold on a second. Anytime your pipes turn, with the exception of being right here at the sewage treatment plant. Always be switching. Let me get rid of that path right there. Go here. Put another switch in. Mirror the switch so the footpath is on the other side. Rotate it twice. Put that there. That gives me enough. Alright, let me just make sure that the... You gotta slope your lines too, by the way. Just in case anybody was wondering. Okay, we have the provisions to slope that correctly. Yeah, if the sewage lines aren't pitched, they won't connect. Simple as that. So your sewage treatment plant has to be it has to be at a low point. That's why I put it next to the river, because the river is naturally a low point, dudes. Yeah. The more you know. I really hope I'm not getting sick. Just leave that like that. The tractor's right away. For now. Yeah, your sewage pipes, unless you have a pumping station, yeah, if they're not pitched, you got a big problem. Once again, that's why everything in my design here is pitched to the low point right there. That's why I dug that hole. That's how real sewage works, guys. Every single sewage pipe is made that way. Every single one of them. Hello, comrades. Glory to a strike. I mean, Bakalakadakastani. Yes. You do not have to face the wall for that reference. Yes, yes, it is good. I'm moving this road, shifting this road over. So I can give myself better provisions for the sewer pipes. Last chance for a Skoda 120, huh? Okay. Put another brake, connect it in there. Once again, every time there's a turn or anything, just switch it. Actually, you know what? There's a better way to do this. Just have it turn. Right there. Just there you go. Let me demolish the footpath that was made from the sewage pump. Now we need to do that. And then big old sewage pipe. There we go. Like, my rule of thumb is just put one of these every, I mean, what's the distance here? Put one every 500 feet. That's 150 meters. Just because it's probably better that way. Now the next one is going to have to be right here. It's SimCity for engineers. That is exactly what it is, dude. And you can run your sewers underneath roads too, by the way. Now with this particular one, I can't really split it in the distances that I want to, but once again, always be switching. This goes with power lines, water lines, sewer lines. Just put switches in everywhere. Because it sucks to demolish something, to have to demolish a working system to put a provision in for switching things. It's quite annoying, actually. I dig the music, reminds you of Tetris. Alright. I was worried about the electrical there. So let's measure. 500 feet is right there. Cool. Oh, because I unpaused it, they started building the roads. Now, I like 500. That's about, like I said, about 150 meters. You can put them wherever you want. Now we got our water line that needs to go, right? The water line switches. Need to be slightly staggered. And yeah, it'll T. Like, that should be good. Now, I'm going to run a water line here. Water lines are pressurized, so you don't need to worry about running them up and down hills or anything like that. I'll put in the provisions to send a water line that way. And because we always be switching here, we can connect a small sewage line in like that. There. Now this area has sewage. And some of Alsupenladel does as well. Over here on this side, I mean, we might as well add all this. We're here, so... Hang on. You know, you might as well add it. It's there. Like, we had to run the sewage line basically all the way over there, so this residential area, you might as well get the plumbing in for it, right? Yeah, all this to just make one single factory. That's why I love this game. It's so good. This is what it takes to build this, or at least gives you a better idea of how, like what it takes to make one of these things. It's not just like cities where, you place your factory, yeah, you're good. Everything's fine now here. How are you? Nah, it don't work like that. There we go. And we'll just put some happy little trees around it later. I have a sewage tank quite literally on top of my I have a sewage tank on top of my high voltage transmission lines that are underground. Probably not a good way to do that, but you know. There we go. That water, it's got water for everything. Nice. What about the sewage? That's water and sewage for everything. Nice. In the vicinity. Perfect. That makes that a lot easier. But now I have extensions in all directions just to make sure. Now what we could do is... Farm doesn't need it. Farm doesn't need it for either one. Oh, sick. Cool. Sweet. Don't have to worry about that. One of those sewer connections is not connected via a path. Are you sure? So how many decades is it going to be to build this area? I'll probably have it done by 1990. Yeah, actually, probably a little bit less than that. It's not gonna take as long as you guys might think. Oh, I see it. Always have to set those up in a little bit of a weird way, because the footpaths. Thank you. You know what? This line is redundant. I don't need this. I'll leave it there just in case. Oh, no, the way I set these up, it's not redundant. Oh well. That makes it a little bit easier, though. That water line should not go that way. Technically, neither should that one, but that's alright. Alright, cool. So, keep going with the sewage. Next. Okay, so right here is where I'm going to put another switch just because, right? And then I don't think we need anything particularly with water in this area. Does... The train station, none of that needs it. So from here, we're going to do a straight shot. We should put a switch in. Just in case. And then a water switch as well. Okay, make that, but see there's that weird kink in the line? Nobody wants that. Good. And now saddle the water line. I'm having an interview with somebody from NASA. Should I ask them they are an engineer? Ask them about what? What do you mean? Sorry, I'm actually trying to do this relatively quick. That's why I haven't been explaining stuff. Okay, there she is. Oh, what should I ask them? Oh, how is Babby formed? Where are you placing your fire station? Probably right here. And by probably, I mean right here. More of an interview, not for a job, just asking them questions. Okay. How's your day going? Good, Vargon. Our Mark I car factory is designed. Save the game. Here's the fire station. Put the fire station at an interchange so they can get in and out. And then I put a parking lot so people can drive to it. When this road's paved, these people will be able to walk down the street to it as well, which is good. Ask them what they did at NASA, dude. Yeah. That would be cool. Okay, so there's the fire station for the whole area. That leaves me we have a lot of space to put stuff too, which is good. Are you planning on doing a space news today? Yes. Yes, I am. Starship is now net the 14th per NOTAM from the Indian Ocean. The 14th? That's next Tuesday. Yeah, Creeper, it's not the 14th, it's the 13th. Which would be the 14th where it comes down, right? Okay. And that's the electrical power for down here. Substation is good for that side. Let's make this one an underground line. Cool. I ran all my electrical lines this way because I don't think I'm going to need to run them in any other directions. You know what? I'll leave that one open as a provision. We'll run 2 this way now that I'm really thinking about it. Just, this game's all about future-proofing, guys, because you got to remember, you can't just demolish something. That's not how this game works. Actually, you know what? We should use what I did to our advantage by lowering the stupid line right here. Huh. You prepared for that kind of gameplay when you refused to wreck roads in Cities 1. Dude, you're not wrong. Yeah, we absolutely did, didn't we? Ah. There we go. That's the better place to run these things. There we go. Okay, now we got power over here. Good. Good. All right, that gets this whole area powered, plumbed. Am I forgetting anything? Only asking is no notifications. We will watch your launch from today until then. There you go. That was a good conversation, Pat. Sure. Maybe I ask a question about launch side of things. Any questions you want answered? No, I'm good. Waste? Waste is there. Should we figure a distribution? Yeah. You know what? Here's what we'll do. With this space over here, we need a technical service, just in case. Well, not just in case. We need technical services. And then we need, well, the technical services is going to pick up all the waste. You know what? I'll put a distro office down here just in case. It's probably for the better to just be absolutely sure. Let me... Okay, oh, nice. You could put them right up next to each other. Score. So the distribution will be if we need any resources, just any extra resources. And then the technical office is there for getting rid of waste. Probably would have been a better idea to put the one that has a... impingement problem here. Okay, cargo, distro. Mirror it, strike that, reverse it. How close can we get these things? Oh, score. There you go. Excellent. Perfect. There we go. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work. I don't think that this is enough people to feed that damn thing. Like, not even close. I'm gonna need to put apartments and stuff over here, I think, in this area. I'll save this spot for more municipal buildings. We don't need that technical services there. I'll save this spot for municipal buildings like a city hall or police station, ports, etc., etc. Yeah, supermarket as well. Oh wait, no, I have the supermarket right there. That's already built. Yeah. And if we want flats, we can build them here, and they're still far enough away off the runway threshold that it's not a tall building impingement. And then once we relocate Soup and Ladle over here, we can expand even more. Good. All right, on pause. Hold up. Streetlights are on the wrong side. You have to drag it in a certain way to get the streetlights on a certain side. See how the streetlights are on the inside there? Don't want that. And we saw that one. Same thing there. That one doesn't even have streetlights. Guess what? Now it does. Boom. And then we'll leave it. Oh no. That one does. Alright, cool. Excellent. I'm gonna set these ones to the highest priority because having paved access is probably a good idea. Spaghetti and meatloaf is ready? Ah, yeah. Cool. Alright, Bree. I'll probably be down in 20 to 30. Did you make enough for the whole chat? No, she didn't. Have your wife make you meatloaf and spaghetti, pal. Fire got extinguished. Excellent. But I don't have a wife. Well, get one. You want meatloaf, don't you? I'm commissioning all tracks to get made. You just gotta tick all the boxes and they'll automatically make them. The HelloFresh recipe, I don't know, I don't make the rules. Cool. Are you prioritizing the rail terminal for laborers? There's a dedicated bus terminal for it, Andrew, yeah. If that's what you're asking. I need more gravel down there. I'm gonna send a gravel train because we're gonna need a lot of gravel to make all these roads. Running out pretty fast. Did you miss the switch rail at the loop? No, I did that one first. Sick. Do you have passenger trains? You just saw some, dude. Yep. We could always pull passengers from the Nader train platform. Yeah, we could do that. Put another helicopter on transport for labor here. Sorry, fighting headache. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that sucks, man. We'll use the helicopter route. That way we can utilize this labor over there. Eventually. Keep our unemployment rate down, more or less. I did inadvertently tell them to start doing some roads there, but it's not exactly what we wanted, but that's okay. Yeah, start with that stuff. Oh, no connections. I had them start to build that stuff out. I really only wanted them to start building out roads initially. So, that's what we'll do. Uncommoners continuing gifted some from Oscog. Right on. Head cold hit Tuesday, been up since 9 a.m. Processing a little slow. Since 9 a.m. Eastern on Tuesday till now. Ooh. It's not good, man. Is there a burnt cargo storage on the rails? No. No burnt cargo, Mihai, just regular waste. And then I have a technical office to take care of that. We'll initially just take it to the... I could take it to my incinerator over here. Actually, I probably will take it to the incinerator over here. Yeah, we'll probably do that. Probably a good idea. Yes, for future factories, yes. This is the Mark 1. Are we on the moon? No, it looks like a desert to me. These signals aren't metered correctly yet, of course. Full factory is still going to be over there. We're still going to do the whole clobber the mountain thing. So, what I decided, dudes, is it would be better to just build an automotive factory and then just supply it with what I need initially. Like, do that first. Because, like, okay, we wanted to build something like the River Rouge or like the Gorky automotive plant in Russia, right? Which is a copy of the Rouge, interestingly enough. Henry Ford didn't start building the Rouge right off the bat. He didn't try to build a gigafactory first. So I was like, okay. He just built something to get the mass production figured out, and then built the gigafactory, you know? I love how the tracks sound different when it goes over a bridge. Hmm. It's gonna look nuts when it's done. Cool. I'm just gonna let him build out the roads for a little while. It's gonna take a minute. We got about 300 tons of waste out of there. Plenty of gravel. No, keep going. You're good. Yeah, L153 from Vandenberg is tomorrow at 10:52 p.m. And then, yeah, tomorrow's gonna be another long stream, dudes. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a very long stream. And then, yeah, we're gonna go L153 coverage and then get to, that should get us to Blue Origin's maiden flight. Oh, I gotta make plane tickets for Starship. Okay. Well, what day is it? Yeah, New Glenn is Friday morning. It's Friday morning at 1 in the morning. So for us gamers, that's Thursday night. Yeah, so L153 into New Glenn coverage. Yeah, Thursday night. So now we just have them just build and work on something else in the meantime. Proof that rocket people are on gamer schedules. That distribution depot is back up. Excellent. And that was in charge of unloading and loading fuel. Good. Where did I ship the rest of my tankers? There's one. one. If you need to end the stream a bit early, wouldn't mind. I said we would finish hauling that load in derail, so we might have to do that tomorrow. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. So yeah, we'll do this and space news today. I mean, it's still gonna be a long stream because of the oh. Physics. It's still going to be a long stream because we started with the Falcon launch. Oh, the building is on fire. Yeah, got to make plane tickets, man. We're going to get hosed on those plane tickets, which sucks, but... because it's like 2 to 3 days away. Look like you're gonna be derailing right there. Yeah. Sea Kraken ad time. Oh. Okay. Ad time can help with the cost. Alright, roll D20 then. I rolled a 16. What did you roll? Oh, you rolled 16! Roll again. You rolled 10. Oh, I rolled 10. What the hell? Roll again. 7. Oh no. 17. Ah! Oh god, it's like I'm playing Warhammer 40k again. I hate this. Alright, enjoy your ads. Tell me when they're over. Running an ad break on Twitch. On YouTube, just chill. What are the odds of that, man? Go kiss your wife during ads. You
Discovery,
entirely
throttle up.
underestimate how far into the woods my garage is. Your Terminators failed the charge. Stop! 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 In Hungary, there are no ads on Twitch. Well, that's good. Does ad time even make you much? No. Ads on YouTube make a lot more than they do on Twitch. Like, a lot more. Oh, nice! We got electrical power out here. See? No draw, though, because nothing is on. Oh, dear. All those trucks are on a crawl to get fuel. You think Blue Origin will finally use their Twitch channel for the new Glencast? I hope so. Man, I was really in the zone there, dude. That's a lot of work, but that thing is going to be sick when it's done. Do you hear Hootie and the Blowfish right now? You hear Hootie? Just keep hearing Hootie. No, I don't hear Hootie and the Blowfish. Good. Fuck men there. All right, guys. Now that they started building, I think this is a good time to stop. So, I'm gonna take a break, and we're gonna get into space news. Thank you for enjoying glimpse into Bakalakadakastani Republic. We got lots of work done. Very nice. How much? We are on our way to making it look like that. I'm back and you stop? Yeah. Remade meatloaf. Okay? Spaghetti and meatloaf. I gotta go. Alright? Don't worry. I'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. We'll begin somewhere probably 5:15. So, yeah, 15, 20, 20, 30 minutes from now. Something like that. I'm gonna enjoy this meatloaf. Okay? I'm gonna enjoy it. Thank you for your contribution, comrade. Now face the wall, please. You guys want an educational video? Sure. We can do that. On YouTube, on the YouTube side of things, you're going to have a loss of signal here for about 30 minutes. I'll fire up the YouTube video, or fire up the Space News YouTube stream when we go to start. So, stand by. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy that meatloaf, man. It's on the... There we go. Let's see. Here we go. And I will see you momentarily. Stand by for a loss of signal on the YouTube side of things. If you're on Twitch, just stay tuned. Plenty more stream left. Thank you.